Okay, guys, let's start now. I wasn't supposed to say that, Ken. Oh, wait, is it Ken? Is it live streaming? Namaste, mothers, fathers. There are no fathers, but I just wanted to say it. Brothers and sisters, this morning I will be presenting Chapter 9, Knowledge and Ignorance, Emancipation and Bondage. So the themes are written out synonymously in the book, but because they are sort of contradictory, I have decided to rephrase the title as Knowledge versus Ignorance and Emancipation versus Bondage. So before I get started, I hope my presentation is engaging and interesting, but in the event that no one wants to participate, I have come up with a precautionary measure of assigning each one of you with a number. And in the event that nobody wants to raise their hand, I'll just call in a number. Yeah, you want to pass it out? And if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. You could just say pass, okay? I hope that you do answer, though. Yeah. No, you guys, there's a number here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't need that half piece. I know. Okay. Oh, you have two left over still?
Yeah, I'll just give everybody in a seat.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so my presentation will be focusing on the soul, its journey, and emancipation. So from the very beginning of the chapter, you can see from the title itself, knowledge, ignorance, emancipation, and bondage. And that's pretty much what the entire chapter is about. So before we look at these themes from a spiritual point of view, let's look at it from a general point of view, and we can use that as scaffold information for when we later look at it from a spiritual point of view. Knowledge. What is knowledge? Number 5.
Knowledge is the conception of knowing something. I mean, it's the same word in the word, but
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, that's fine. I just want it to be engaging so that we're all paying attention. So knowledge is knowing things. Understanding or awareness of facts, information, and skills gained through education or experience. The second theme of the chapter is ignorance. What is ignorance? Yes, Taj? Oh, wow. That was spot on. Yeah, not knowing things. Ignorance means lack of knowledge, understanding, or awareness about something. The third theme is emancipation. What is emancipation? Yes, Nolan. Yeah. Gaining freedom. The process of being set free from restrictions or control, often used in the context of gaining freedom from slavery or oppression. But in this case, since we're looking at it from a spiritual point of view later on, we'll just be referring to the soul. The fourth theme is bondage. What is bondage? 12. Can you say that a little bit louder? Bondage? Oh. Would you like to add on? That's good effort. Yeah.
It's the opposite of emancipation, which means you're still like tethered, you're still attached to something. You're not free.
Anybody else? That was good, Neil. Thank you. 7. Yes, you could.
I'll pass it on to number 2.
Okay, yeah. So bondage is being controlled or trapped. This is the general definition, so we'll be looking at it from a spiritual point of view later on. But the definition of bondage itself is the state of being under the control of another person, often referring to slavery or severe restrictions on freedom. So now let's look at these 4 themes from a spiritual point of view. Knowledge. The understanding and realization of divine truths and spiritual principles that govern the soul's existence. And I know you guys, all of us have to take notes for the test that is later on, but I do not think you really need to write everything down. I think if you listen, you will be fine. Yeah. Oh, what will be on? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So knowledge involves recognizing the soul's role as the doer of actions, and the recipient of consequences, as well as aligning oneself with the will of the Supreme Spirit God. Knowledge empowers the soul to pursue righteousness, truthfulness, and the worship of God, which leads to spiritual growth and ultimate happiness. Can anyone here tell me what righteousness is? Yes, Taj.
That your actions are kind of like follow the basis of what everyone views as right.
Yeah.
It's not really like religious.
So being conscious of your actions. Yeah. Kevin?
Righteousness is doing morally correct actions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it basically is. I just want to make sure all of us understand what it is. So an example would be a person who regularly engages in meditation, studies sacred texts, and practices ethical living based on divine principles. So what Taj and Vinesh were saying about righteous living. This person understands the importance of aligning actions with the will of God and strives to promote public good, even-handed justice, and righteousness. They use their knowledge to guide their decisions and interactions, seeking spiritual growth and fulfillment. So now let's look at ignorance from a spiritual point of view. Ignorance is the lack of understanding and awareness of divine truths and spiritual principles. Ignorance leads to the soul's disconnection from its true nature and from God, resulting in sinful actions, bad habits, and susceptibility to negative influences. Can anyone here tell me what are some bad habits that take us away from God? Yes? Not believing in God? So lack of faith? Yeah. Yes, Ariana? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, Vinesh? Yeah. Yes, Nala? Yeah. Yeah. So, ignorance prevents the soul from realizing its true potential for righteousness and spiritual growth, keeping it bound to the cycle of pain and suffering. So let's remember this. Ignorance keeps us bound to the cycle of pain and suffering. An example would be an individual who's deeply engrossed in material pursuits and worldly pleasures, such as wealth and alcohol, without any regard for spiritual principles. They are influenced by negative habits and bad company, often engaging in dishonest or harmful behaviors. So this person does not recognize the role of the soul or the consequences of their actions, leading to a life filled with suffering and disconnection from their true spiritual nature. Emancipation. So when we look at emancipation from a spiritual point of view, it is essentially the state of the soul's liberation from pain, suffering, and worldly attachments. It is attained through obedience to God's will, dissociation from sin and ignorance, and the practice of righteousness, truthfulness, and the worship of God. Emancipation brings eternal happiness and maintains the soul's individuality, allowing it to live freely and in harmony with divine principles. So, an example would be a soul who has achieved a state of liberation through persistent efforts in spiritual practices such as prayer, yoga, and righteous living. This person has overcome ignorance and sinful behaviors by dissociating from negative influences and aligning their actions with divine will. As a result, they experience eternal happiness, maintain their individuality, and live in harmony with the divine principles, free from the cycle of pain and suffering. And bondage. Bondage from a spiritual point of view is the state of the soul being ensnared by pain, suffering, and worldly attachments due to ignorance, sin, and disobedience to God's will. Bondage results from engaging in bad company, evil influences, and negative habits which hinder the soul's spiritual progress. It contrasts with emancipation and perpetuates the cycles of suffering and entanglement in worldly concerns. An example would be a soul who is in a state of bondage due to persistent engagement in negative behaviors. What are some negative behaviors that would keep our soul in the cycle of suffering? 6. Causing harm to somebody. 4. The question was, what are some habits that take us in the cycle that prevents us from that prevents us from achieving emancipation and bound to the cycle of suffering? Yeah, what do you mean by dharma? Oh yeah, that's good. Number 1. Oh. Oh. Okay, but you have to say a number to pass it on to somebody else. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So this person has succumbed to ignorance and sinful behaviors by associating with negative influences and disregarding ethical and spiritual principles. As a result, they experience continuous suffering, lose their sense of individuality, and remain entangled in worldly concerns, perpetuating the cycle of pain and attachment. So I also created this diagram, or a flowchart if you may, based on awareness. So we can live our lives one of 2 ways. We can either live a knowledgeable life or we can live ignorantly. So when we're knowledgeable, we achieve emancipation and experience bliss. However, if we live ignorantly, we're bound to the cycle of bondage and enslavement. So I think this flowchart is a good idea of what we should take away from this presentation. Knowledge leads to emancipation and bliss, while ignorance leads to bondage and enslavement. All of you might want to jot this down for the test. Okay, but it does that. Yeah, but they wanted to write down that much. Okay, okay. Sorry, Kev, it's a force of habit. You have a question, Jaya? Enslavement? The cycle of birth and death. Not gaining emancipation. That's, yeah. So that's remaining in bondage. So bondage and enslavement are synonymous. The way the book worded it was kind of confusing, so I understand. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So like where else would the soul go? Well, I know where it goes, but yeah.
No, you can continue. What's the question?
No?
No, like, what are you
Like the
asking?
cycle of
Birth and death?
death.
Yeah, that's where it remains.
Kind of preferable.
For what?
Like wanting to be born.
You think that's preferable?
It's a human at least.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, not in other life forms, like a tree, an animal? Because that is possible too, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Just into a human.
Yeah. So you just want to be born as a human, time after time. Yeah. Yes, Neil?
Yeah, so I was about to ask Jai's question, but like the word like enslavement, it sort of implies that you're under the will of someone else. So is that just like divine will? Or
That's a good question. Enslavement, divine will. Well, all of us are allowed to, make our decisions and act accordingly. Nobody is in control of us. But I think in the sense of looking at it from this point of view, yes, it would be divine will because it's based on your actions. So if God deems your actions as bad more so than good, then you probably go down a life form. You're no longer born as a human. You would probably be born as an animal or a tree or a plant or something like that. And I am assuming that if your good outweighs the bad, then you are reborn as human, but that can also be changed depending on your actions. If your actions are so good, then you achieve moksha or emancipation. So I'm probably not the best person to ask for this. Maybe a pundit or Pandita Nivedita is right there in case you have any further questions. Or you guys can ask Guruji as well. Okay. Huh? Yeah, I think so. So what is the importance of understanding these themes? A, they help us navigate life's challenges. B, they are essential for spiritual enlightenment and self-discovery. C, they reveal the path to inner peace and freedom. Or D, all of the above. So let's really think about this one. What is the importance of understanding knowledge, ignorance, bondage, and enslavement from a spiritual point of view? Yeah.
Just answer the question, all of the above, because in spiritual enlightenment and self-discovery, we're learning how to navigate life's challenges, and then in doing so, it reveals the path to peace and freedom.
Yeah, that's correct, Neil. Thank you. So I think this would be a good question to jot down or just acknowledge that the importance of these themes help us with all of these options here. Tell me when to go to the next slide. Is everyone done? Yeah? Good? Okay. It's okay. Is it going? No. Yeah. Okay. So the soul and sensation. Other than other than discussing the four themes of knowledge, ignorance, bondage, and emancipation, the chapter discussed the soul and sensation, body and mind. So the body and mind do not feel heat, cold, hunger, or thirst. The physical body and the mind, as purely mechanical and cognitive entities, do not directly experience sensations such as heat, cold, hunger, or thirst. While these sensations are often perceived as physical responses, they indeed originate from a deeper source. The soul experiences these sensations. The soul is considered the true experiencer of these sensations. While the body and mind may register physical aspects, such as the temperature of the environment or the presence of food, it is ultimately the soul that is aware and perceives these experiences. The soul processes and integrates facts, information, and skills gained through experience or education, making it the core of our conscious existence. You're done? If you want, yeah. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think the main takeaway from this slide would just be that the body and mind does not experience physical sensations, but the soul. Are we good? So I also attached this picture of an emotion body map. So anger, disgust, happiness, sadness, surprise, neutral, anxiety, love, depression, contempt, pride, shame, and envy. We may think of these things as, sensations that we experience, but it's not a body sensation, it's a soul sensation. So I just wanted to get this example in here so that we kind of get the idea that the soul is the true experiencer of these sensations. The role of the soul. The soul is the doer and reaper of deeds. The soul is the central actor in the journey of life, responsible for its actions and experiences. So the soul is responsible for its actions and experiences. It performs deeds and subsequently experiences the consequences, emphasizing the principle of personal responsibility. Bless you. This concept implies that the soul's actions directly influence its journey, growth, and eventual emancipation. So I think this kind of goes back to what we were saying about the soul's actions. Based on your actions, you achieve emancipation or you do not achieve emancipation and become bound to the cycle of birth and rebirth. God is the ultimate witness. God is portrayed as the omnipresent, here, there, and everywhere observer of all actions performed by the soul. While the soul is responsible for its deeds, there is a divine presence that witnesses and records these actions. The presence of a higher power as an observer can influence ethical and moral behavior, instilling a sense of accountability beyond mere human judgment. So I think the main takeaway from this slide is that the soul is responsible for its deeds and actions, while God is omnipresent and is always watching. And to sort of illustrate the fact that God is always watching, I generated this image here. So you see, this, I assume a man, is walking to Gurukul, and God is watching. Yeah. Do we have any questions? No? Thumbs up, guys. Is it everything okay? Jaya, do you have a question? Okay. Yeah. So God is always watching. I think that's a very important takeaway for all of us here as well. That regardless of what we do in life, before anybody, God is always watching. Yeah. Kev, can you bring that one down a little bit? Just a sentence. No. Can you just take it out? Like take out the HDMI and then just bring it down a little bit. No, the big question. Yeah. No, everything's good. We just need to bring something down. It's not showing on the screen. It's good now? Yeah. Okay. No, it doesn't matter. Okay. How does the perspective that God is always watching influence your understanding of responsibility? And for this reflection question, if I may, I would like to hear from all of you. Preferably, let's start at number 1. Oh, do you feel like I'm picking on the... Okay. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Number 2. Okay. Number 3. Yeah, that was a really good touch. Number 4. Oh, wow.
And if you want to achieve moksha or mukti, your nishkam karma should be light too.
Oh, wow, that was really good, Vinod. Thank you. Number 5.
Okay, so I feel like similar to the way laws work, an understanding of the perspective that that God is all around us and that He's watching you. It does give you a sense of responsibility, but it also, in time, you come to the understanding that you're not doing this just because God's watching you, but you're doing this of your own accord and of your own will to achieve this, divine perfection of your own volition.
Okay. Number 6.
So it creates an outline of, it pretty much creates an outline of what you should and shouldn't do in order to achieve the right path of you either are meant to
Yeah, I like that one, Vinesh.
So,
Number 7.
Ganesh basically said safe,
Okay.
knowing that God is all around and like doing good things, it basically shows that you could try to pave your path to freedom and you're paving your path to emancipation.
And then on the other side, if you don't
If you don't, you're gonna like
remain
remain in a bondage, not
and
free.
yeah, in ignorance. Yeah, I like that answer. Number 8.
So knowing that God is always watching, it gives you the sense of responsibility to do good and to kind of lead your own path. So knowing that sometimes you're doing bad actions, maybe when you're doing good actions, maybe you might reach that.
Yeah. Number 9.
Similar to what other people said, it's like having the feeling that you're always being watched, like not keeping a secret. So you have the responsibility to like remember that if you do good actions, it feels better than knowing that you've been doing bad actions and you're being watched.
Yeah.
It basically makes you understand like what you need to do to achieve moksha and live your best life to like rebirth to become a better human and learn more from past experiences.
Yeah. Okay. Are we at number 11 now? Yeah. Okay.
It's like when you know God's watching you, it's like something motivation.
Yeah. Wait, Sanjay, I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit, please? What do you mean by right path? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Shaya? So you feel like it also instills a sense of anxiety? Why would that be? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Oh, so you mean it can possibly make them doubtful of their actions? They don't know whether they're doing right or wrong. I see. Yeah, thank you. Who has the last number? What number is that? Okay, so you're 14. Okay. Yeah, it's a little hard to hear. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I really like that answer, Bhumi. Yeah. So, heightened sense of accountability. Basically, what all of you said. Actions are observed by a higher power, which encourage integrity and honesty. So that might make us want to be honest and just be conscious of what we're doing in our everyday lives to live with integrity. It also makes us ethical, take into consideration ethics and morality. It promotes deeper reflection on the morality of decisions. It's also motivation for self-improvement. It encourages positive actions and personal growth, balancing personal responsibility with divine witnessing, provides comfort knowing actions are part of a higher moral order, impact on life choices, guides decisions to align with spiritual and ethical beliefs, inner peace and acceptance, fosters acceptance of life's challenges and personal growth. Community and social responsibility. Inspires positive contributions to society. And spiritual awareness, which enhances mindful and purposeful living aligned with spiritual values. So I think all of us basically said all of this. I just wanted to give an example of how we could apply this into our daily lives. The individuality of the emancipated soul. So the chapter also discussed the retention of individuality. Even after achieving emancipation, so now we're talking about when the soul has achieved emancipation. When the soul has achieved emancipation, the soul still exists in a state of union with God, often referred to as living in God, since once you pass away and you're dead, you no longer have a physical body, but the soul still lives on. Unlike the idea of merging completely into a divine or universal consciousness, where individuality is lost, in this context, the soul maintains its distinctiveness, which is why I say retention. The soul remains the soul, even after death. So this idea means that personal growth, experiences, and characteristics of the soul remain important and intact, even when the soul is in a state of spiritual union with God. And then I also have this image here that shows retention of individuality. So this body here represents the physical form, but this light here represents the soul. So even after death, the soul lives on. That's what we should get from this slide. I think it's pretty basic. Okay, it's okay, I'll just say it. Yeah, so this slide is just a reflection question. How does the idea of retaining individuality in emancipation resonate with you? How does the idea of retaining individuality, the soul retaining individuality in emancipation resonate with you? Do you want to answer? Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of resonates with me because you keep all the good that you've done in your life, so you know how you got to emancipation, you keep all those good qualities with you.
Wait, you know how you get to a...
You know, well, you keep all your good thoughts and actions with you, so you'll always stay virtuous when you're emancipated.
Okay, yeah, that's a good response. Number 12. So you keep that. Yeah, that was good, Sandhya. Number 4. Yeah, that was good, Vinod. So the idea of retaining individuality in emancipation, I think this is kind of what Nolan said. It goes back to personal growth and continuity. So it reassures one that personal experiences and growth continue to matter even after emancipation. And Sandhya kind of touched upon this as well. Spiritual connection. It strengthens the belief that one's unique relationship with the divine will persist. Comfort in individuality. There is comfort in knowing one's uniqueness is preserved in the spiritual realm. Philosophical perspective. It aligns with the belief that a person's core identity transcends physical existence. Sense of purpose. It motivates one to cultivate unique qualities and live meaningfully. Validation of experiences. It validates that life experiences contribute to one's eternal individuality. Empowerment. It encourages one to embrace their true self, knowing individuality is eternal. I think the main takeaway from these two sides is that the soul retains its individuality, so even after death, the soul lives on, and whatever deeds you do within your life during you live in that life form, it carries over. Yeah. Okay. Duration of emancipation. So the chapter also touched upon how long a soul stays emancipated. So I used to believe that once a soul reaches emancipation, it remains emancipated forever. But from reading the chapter, I learned that the soul is not emancipated forever. It actually follows the grand dissolution cycle, or Mahapralaya, which refers to the ultimate end of the universe as per Hindu cosmology. It marks the end of all material existence and the reabsorption of the cosmos into the divine. So that's basically saying all physical things come to an end and the universe merges back into a divine state. In Hinduism, time is cyclical, and the universe undergoes periodic cycles of creation, preservation, and dissolution. The grand dissolution represents the final phase of this cycle. During this period, which spans 311 trillion 40 billion years, the soul remains in a state of emancipation. And after the 311 trillion 40 billion years, it becomes subject to birth and death again. So what do we all think about this? $12. Sorry, I've just been thinking of 12. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Nala, do you want to say anything?
Sure. So, from this, I took away that the cycle of birth and death is like very far apart, and it takes a while for the cycle to start.
Yeah, it takes a pretty long while, right? Do you want to say anything?
I actually thought before you read the chapter, I didn't know that the mass is that long, but like Nala said, now I know that birth and death is very long.
But this is basically talking about how long one stays in emancipation, right? You have an ish?
Emancipated, does the soul still have like a sense of time? Like, do they know that they're staying emancipated for 311 trillion 40 billion years?
That's a very good question, Vinesh. I'm not really sure whether the soul knows it's, whether it's been time-wise, how long it's remained in emancipation. I think maybe you should ask a pundit or a pandita, maybe if they can expand more upon that. But I think the 311 trillion 40 billion years, while they're in emancipation, they still retain their individuality. So they know their actions and they know what they've done in life, but I'm not sure whether they have any concept of time. Yeah. Pandita Sai, do you know? No. Pandita Nivedita? No. Okay, so maybe you can ask Guruji. Yeah. Okay, and then this is an image of the entire cosmos, so I really like this one. Yeah. Wait, Vanessa, do you want to say it? Say it. No? Yeah.
No, like hearing what Kavita was explaining, right? So birth and death is really something that's different from attaining emancipation. When you attain emancipation, you have to go through the cycle of birth and death for a long period of time
Until
you gain emancipation. So while you're going and birth and death, you have to do certain amount of good deeds to attain emancipation. You're not only like you born and you die and you born and die and then you will get emancipation. You have to do the deeds, good deeds to attain that emancipation. And what she has explained, the emancipation is when now you gain that emancipation.
Yeah. Thank you, Pandita Sai. How many years make up one grand dissolution, time until the soul is reborn? So anybody can answer this one. Yes.
Trillion and 40 billion.
Yeah, that was really good. Your name? Yes, Dishen. That was really good. Thank you. Spot on. Oh, okay. Yeah, all of you might want to write this down. This might come up again later. Are we good? The nature of birth and rebirth. Hinduism believes in multiple births or a belief in reincarnation. Reincarnation is the religious or philosophical belief that the soul, upon the death of the body, comes back to life in a new body. So this is basically what Pandita Sai was saying, that one just doesn't achieve emancipation. They become subject to birth and death again and again until their good deeds outweigh their bad deeds. And some may ask whether they have memory of past lives. So once you die and you're reborn as another person, you keep your soul, but you come back in a different body, or you can come back in a different form. There's no memory of past lives due to the lack of finite knowledge. So many traditions that believe in reincarnation also hold that memories of past lives are typically not accessible in current lifetimes. And that is once again often attributed to the finite capacity of human consciousness or divine will. So this slide just summarizes that Hinduism believes in reincarnation and that there is no memory of past lives.
They do, they can know, but you have to gain certain level of yoga to
Oh, really? The chapter didn't say that, Pandita Sai. Do you want to emphasize? Yeah, I think you should emphasize Pandita Sai.
well, it's not like, it's not like we don't remember our past birth. You can remember if you like go onto emancipated form, like Sri Krishna had known his past birth and he was saying about his past birth. But we ordinary people wouldn't know because we didn't reach that height, that state of bliss to experience that or to remember that. And if all of us remember our previous births, it will be corruption for us because we will want to know which birth. Oh, you'll be confused.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better, for us we don't remember. But yes, some of us can. If we reach that state, we can. Because there is evidence that even Sri Krishna, he had in the Bhagavad Gita, says about his previous birth.
Thank you, Pandita Sai. I think that was really good information. Yeah. Okay, Taj. Very good.
You can reach that level of bliss if you work towards it. Work and let you reach it.
And then this is an image showing the cycle of life. Birth, you live, you die, and it happens again and again until you finally achieve moksha, emancipation. But then what happens after you achieve moksha? It's not forever, right? So, yeah, Taj? The grand dissolution, yeah. Yeah, so after 311 trillion and 40 billion years, the soul becomes subject to birth and death again. Yeah, Neil?
Question concerned with like the end of the world. Like, I'm sure that there's a possibility, a high possibility that Earth won't last the entire 300 trillion years, or 300 something,
Yeah.
whatever that value is. So, if the Earth ends before that cycle is over, how will the the cycle of life and death continue to take place?
Neil, I feel like that is a philosophical but a scientific question. It wasn't answered in the chapter, but I am pretty sure that if the earth is meant to go on for that certain period of time, it will. Because it creates, it maintains, and then it destroys, and it repeats that cycle again and again. So I'm assuming that it wouldn't destroy if it doesn't reach the end period, but maybe you can ask. Three- Yeah. 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 I don't know. That's what it said in the book. So I'm just. Yeah. The cycle of life. That makes sense. Yeah. Does that help, Neil? Yeah. I think that was good, Taj. Thank you. How would the belief of reincarnation influence your actions and decisions in this life? 15. How would the belief of reincarnation influence your actions and decisions in this life? Yeah, and can you expand on what good actions are, Bhumi? Yeah. Well, what is good to you? Does anybody want to help? Yeah, Dishen.
So, having like, knowing that you're going to be reincarnated, there's like Dylan said, there's two different types of karma, and you should try and strive for like the good karma,
Yeah.
so you could like get reincarnated into a better life.
So, yeah.
So, if you do like good things, like helping others out and stuff like that, you could reincarnate into a better life. And if you were, it helps you to strive for emancipation as well.
Yeah. So the belief of reincarnation would make you conscious of the way you live. So you'd want to pursue ethical living, which I think is what Dishen just said. One may strive to live ethically and morally, believing that their actions, karma in this life, will affect future incarnations. So sort of what Vinod said earlier as well, right, Vinod? About your actions? Yeah. And non-attachment. So one may begin to practice non-attachment to material possessions and transient pleasures, understanding that these do not carry over into future lives. So what is an example of non-attachment? Can somebody give an example? Taj, you want to go? Yeah. Thank you. I like that answer. Yeah, Ariana? Oh, I see what you're saying. So just focusing on what you need to survive. So basic necessities as opposed to wanting material possessions and wealth. Yeah. Dishen, you had your hand up?
So non-attachment could be like not living in one place for a certain amount of time. So you have to constantly be moving because you don't want to stay attached to that place.
Wait, I couldn't hear you very well.
Like non-attachment could be like moving, keep on moving around from different places so you don't stay attached to that one place for a long period of time.
Oh, that. So your house? Oh wow, yeah, that's a very good example of non-attachment. So it also teaches forgiveness and patience. Understanding that everyone is on their own spiritual journey and may be at different stages of development, one may have increased patience and the willingness to forgive. Spiritual practices. Engaging oneself in meditation, prayer, or yoga to purify the mind and prepare for better future births. So, in an attempt to be reborn as a human being, I would say, we would have to keep meditating, engage in prayer and yoga. Yeah. Focus on self-improvement. One may work on improving themselves and learning, aiming to achieve higher states of consciousness and eventually liberation, moksha, from the cycle of birth and death. That's okay. Same thing. Upon the side, can you elaborate? What if he doesn't want to achieve liberation?
If you don't want to have emancipation, right? So what you will be doing, you will be born and die, born and die. You will stay in that cycle. But if you don't strive for emancipation, sometimes you may born as a tree or as a
Oh, wow.
Do you want that? Or you want that?
That's very interesting, Todd. You don't want to...
Right, you can be born as lower class. You will not always be as a human. But human is the highest form of your birth. And if you have a human brain, then you will want to go for emancipation. But if you do bad things, you will go have like different births, like a donkey or a horse or you know. So if you want to be that, then you cycle.
So, Taj, does that change your perspective about wanting to achieve emancipation? Or you still want to just... Okay, very interesting.
Because maybe one of your words you may make a mistake and you may be a worm after that. And it will take you longer time.
Oh, wow.
If you're in an animal state or lower than human, it takes you longer to reach a human again.
Really?
Or yes, if you are lower, it may take you longer because you have to have that knowledge to do it.
Oh, I see. Because if you're a tree or something, you don't have a brain.
Have a brain, so it will take you a longer time to reach the human world. So when the human world is the highest class and you reach there, you want to go back down. I don't think you want to go back down. You want to do better.
You want to be a bite and tree state, or you want to bite a human to continue
The
doing
next
good.
presentation will start at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you, Kisna.
10 minutes.
Kev, can you put the slideshow?
Remember, if you're going downstairs, don't use our store. Use that door. Be back at 10.
Punishment and reform.
Oh, wait, you're not done?
No, I'm not done, Kisna. I thought it was quite clear. I just have 5 more slides, about 5. I think I should be done.
Forget I said that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's 9:50, so... Okay, thank you. So, punishment and reform, inference of past lives. Understanding present circumstances as a reflection of past lives and deeds. This belief highlights the cyclical nature of life and the importance of past actions. So that's just basically saying the way we're living in this life right now is based on our past life actions and deeds. So are we suffering? Are we happy? All of that is based on our past actions in our past life. Divine justice. The principle that every action has a consequence, and divine justice ensures that individuals receive rewards or punishments based on their deeds. So on one side of the scale, there are good deeds, and on the other side of the scale, there are bad deeds. And I think this is synonymous to what Guruji always says about weighing our actions. So at the end of our life, our actions will be weighed on a scale. So if our good deeds outweigh the bad deeds, then we gain a higher conscience of living or emancipation, right, Pandita say? Yeah, okay, I'm just going to say it for that, for simplicity. And then if our bad outweighs good, then we go down life forms. Emancipation in the physical body. Bliss through God. The emancipated soul experiences ultimate bliss through its union with the divine, free from the physical constraints of the body. Innate powers and attributes. Even without a physical form, the soul retains its inherent powers and attributes, enjoying a state of eternal peace and contentment, which is basically the soul retaining its individuality. And then the last thing the chapter touched upon was the threefold nature of the mind. Sattva represents tranquility, peacefulness, wisdom, harmony, and contentment. The state of balance and purity. When sattva predominates, a person tends to be compassionate, ethical, and spiritually inclined. They seek knowledge and truth, and their actions are driven by selflessness and a sense of higher purpose. Rajas signifies restlessness and the pursuit of sensual objects. It embodies activity and desire. When Rajas predominates, a person is driven by ambition, desires, and a need for achievement and recognition. Their actions are often motivated by personal gain and external rewards. And tamas, characterized by infatuation with worldly things and dull understanding. It is associated with inertia, inactivity, and ignorance. When tamas predominates, a person tends to be lethargic, resistant to change, and indulges in behaviors that lead to stagnation and regression. Their actions may be harmful both to themselves and others, driven by ignorance and misunderstanding. So for this slide, I think it would be important to just remember that sattva is the state of balance and purity, rajas embodies activity and desire, and tamas is characterized by infatuation and ignorance. I think this might be good to know for the test. Is everybody good? Integration and balance of the threefold nature of the mind, the balance within. These three qualities are not static, they coexist and interact within each individual. So that means the mind can exhibit different proportions of sattva, rajas, and tamas at different times, influenced by various factors like environment, lifestyle, and inner discipline. Path to harmony. The goal in many spiritual traditions is to cultivate sattva while managing and transforming the influences of rajas and tamas. This involves practices like meditation, ethical living, self-reflection, and the pursuit of wisdom. Personal and societal impact. Understanding the threefold nature of the mind can help individuals achieve personal harmony and contribute to a more balanced and just society. It provides a framework for self-improvement and the betterment of humanity by emphasizing the cultivation of higher qualities and the management of lower impulses. Study of the Ved. The Ved is the source of all true knowledge. To achieve emancipation, you must have knowledge, but you can only have knowledge if you study the Ved. Ved is the source of all true knowledge. I think we should all know that too. Ved advocates that we strictly devote ourselves to our duties, advance our knowledge, have self-control, and practice righteousness. I also got this image of a Swami studying the Ved. He has the Rig Ved, the Yajur Ved, the Sama Ved, and the Atharva Ved. So I thought this was pretty cool to sort of depict studying the Ved. Yeah. 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 Oh. Okay, we're at the end. Summary. Throughout this presentation, we explored the dichotomies of knowledge versus ignorance and emancipation versus bondage. And these themes are crucial in understanding the soul's journey toward enlightenment and freedom, moksha. We discussed how knowledge leads to emancipation, while ignorance perpetuates bondage. Ved is the true source of all knowledge. The discussed themes have broad implications for how we view self-awareness, education, and societal progress. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Nah, I think you can have your break now.
Sorry about that. I thought you said you were done.
No, I didn't.
It was very tough.
It's okay. Yeah. So, are you? You have a break now, right? So we have a break for 10 minutes now.
Because we're running behind. All good. Because unless you're not.
Alright, let's go.
Not to cut you off on accident. So,
Huh?
You finished with, or you
I'm doing mine
soon
now.
for somebody else?
No, this is mine.
Huh?
It's my turn now.
Oh, your turn.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. All right, so he will be here and the rest of you can you go have a chair and sit. You can see from here, but exchange your seat.
Don't tell me they're downstairs.
How much people are missing?
Here, you wanna go get them? They're girls. Go the other way. Yeah, there's a few people that are downstairs. I think they should.
What's that? What's that?
Yo, that laser pointer.
We're just playing with it, bro.
Is that another one?
Nah, it's the same thing.
No, the other remote has one as well.
Nah, this is my sister's.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay, so it's hot. I guess we'll give it another 3 minutes because there's other people that saw it.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
all the same. Why does Neil just have a bag of chocolate? Yeah. A ball and everywhere.
All right, let's get started. No, don't do it because it cuts out the words. Yeah. All right. Namaste, mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters. Today I'll be doing a presentation on Chapter 10, Within the Light of Truth. This talks about desirable and undesirable conduct, permissible and forbidden foods. So to first get started, I'll just briefly go over an overview of the main. Yeah. All right, just to start, I'll go over a brief overview of the main topics and main concepts that I'll be discussing. So to first get started, the main one is conduct and ethics in the Manusmriti. Actually, before I get started, Chapter 10 is basically most verses used from the Manusmriti. So basically, you'll be hearing that term a lot here in this presentation because Chapter 10 is basically just using verses and quotes from that. So that's pretty much half of the entire chapter. But I'll briefly touch on those quotes and the concepts that it has that we must follow. So the first one is the Manusmriti serves as a historical text that provides guidance on both illustrating how individuals should behave in various aspects of life to maintain social order and personal growth. The second topic is balancing desire and duty. I'll discuss how the Light of Truth depicts verses from the Manusmriti and gives us a divine explanation for balancing desire not as inherently bad, but as a necessary part of human nature that drives people towards their duty, such as dharma. I'll elaborate on how these verses manage desires to support a life guided by duty and virtue rather than being suppressed or uncontrollably indulgent. The third topic that I'll be discussing is dietary laws and ethical purity, as well as going into depth about the significance of these laws, but not just about physical health, but we need to make sure that they're deeply intertwined with spiritual purity and ethical living. I'll also clarify how these following dietary laws is believed to affect one's behavior, thoughts, and ultimately their spiritual progression. And the final topic is the wisdom of the learned and inner conscience. One of the last key components of chapter 10 indulges on highlighting the respect the Manusmriti gives to the wisdom of learned individuals, such as scholars, teachers, and sages who embody these ethical principles. So as you guys can see on the right hand side of the screen, this is just a AI generated diagram that explains the four most important things, which is conduct, desire, diet, and wisdom. Okay, so first get started, let's go over the Manusmriti, chapter 2, verse 1, which is guiding principles for conduct, the influence of learning individuals, and the inner truth of conduct. So before we get started, you may ask, what is ethical guidance? So ethical guidance refers to the advice or influence from both internal and external sources that shapes our moral decisions and behaviors. It involves understanding and adhering to the moral codes that dictate basically what is right and what is wrong in society. So within the text, it states, our actions and ethical compass are significantly influenced by those learned individuals around us who are free from extremes of emotions, as well as by the inner truths we hold dear. This concept is deeply rooted in the teachings of the Manusmriti. So just a quick example, in terms of reality and life in general, one such person is Swami Dayananda Saraswati, a revered figure in modern spiritual and ethical discourse. Now, this exemplifies the roles of learned individuals in guiding ethical conduct. His teachings, which emphasize the return to Vedic traditions and rational spirituality, provides a practical model for conducting ourselves in daily life. So I would say that that's probably a good example to follow ethical conduct, and he's just basically a role model in what we should all achieve to be. Through his efforts to reform societal practices and uplift moral values, Swami Dayananda acts as a beacon of wisdom and morality, showing us the path to balance and ethical behavior. And his impact of ethical guidance extends beyond personal guidance, impacting community standards and promoting a collective movement towards a more ethical society. His role in advancing women's rights and his push for eradication of caste-based discrimination are prime examples of how ethical mentors can initially widespread social change. Okay. Yeah, sure. Can you, yeah. Yeah. All right, so the second section, Manusmriti chapter 2, verse 2, the role of desire in achieving virtue and knowledge. So, as the text states, the Manusmriti chapter 2, verse 2 emphasizes the need for a balanced approach to our desires, stating, in this world, Neither inordinate desires nor its total absence is conducive to a man's happiness, because it would be impossible either to lead a virtuous life as enjoined by the Ved, or to acquire true knowledge without desiring the same. Now, basically, this verse is just saying it highlights the necessity for maintaining a moderate level of desire, essentially for both ethical living and intellectual growth. A next key component is the practical applications that you should apply in daily life, where the text basically states balancing desires effectively involves setting realistic goals, engaging in self-reflection, and seeking wisdom from ethical mentors. These practices help regulate our ambitions, ensuring they align with our values and contribute to our overall well-being. Now, I'll just ask a quick question here. Think about a time when you had two different goals. Describe how maintaining a balanced approach to your desires helped you achieve significant accomplishment. How did you manage your ambitions to ensure they led to positive and beneficial outcomes? Just say, for example, if you had two different goals, but you have one, higher up on the ladder than the other. One is basically a higher priority. The main question here is, how would you balance both of those out, but still achieve the level of success that you want? Anyone? Noel?
But did you find a common way to obtain those goals by doing the same?
Okay.
So kind of combining those goals and finding a way to work towards both of them at the same time in a way that it doesn't interfere with each other.
Gotcha. No one else. Yeah. Okay, so I would probably say for my own answer to this, as a student myself, and just like most of you guys here, everyone always, desire to excel, right? In your academic studies, which require both dedication and strategic planning. Recognizing the potential for this desire to either drive me towards success or it can lead you to burnout. So that's where you have to make the choice to decide carefully. Meaning, I set, specific measurable goals for each study session, ensuring they're challenging yet achievable. This approach kept my motivation high without causing overwhelming stress. If I was ever in a challenging situation, I would have regularly sought feedback from professors or someone of higher knowledge to refine my study strategies and align my efforts with the ethical standard of this field. Now, this balanced approach helped me excel academically without sacrificing my well-being, demonstrating that well-managed desire is key to achieving long-term goals. Now, I'll move on to the Manusmriti, chapter 2, verse 3. This section talks about the unavoidable influence of desire on ethical actions. So, within this section, as quoted, it states, "It is impossible for any man to be altogether free from desires, because all our actions, philanthropic works, truthfulness in speech, the practice of yamas and niyamas proceed from desire for the same." So essentially, breaking this down into a simpler explanation, this passage highlights that desire is a fundamental driver of human activities, not just personal, but also those aligned with ethical standards. It challenged the notions that desire is inherently negative, representing it instead as a force which, properly oriented, can lead to virtuous and knowledgeable endeavors. Ethical living, therefore, involves challenging desire towards actions that promote personal and societal good. So, as you can see on the right over here, this is just a simple AI-generated diagram. And it just shows here that once you have desire, you can accomplish anything. You have to be in the right state of mind to have self-discipline and learning, and anything you can achieve as long as you have desire. So this quote from the text conveys us that desire can be a starting point for developing important ethical behaviors. So, by channeling our aspirations into positive actions, such as helping others, which includes charity, being truthful, honesty, practicing self-control or self-discipline, and seeking knowledge or learning. Now, doing all of this can help you build a strong moral foundation, and these practices can not only improve your own life, but can also contribute to positively to your communities or people around you. The next section, the Manusmriti, chapter 2, verse 4, is one of the probably most important concepts that I'm going to be talking about, just because it shows that no matter how small, each action is driven by desire. This underscores the fundamental role of desire in motivating all human activities, suggesting that our will is the root of all movement and action. You know, just the next example, consider a student who desires to excel in their studies. The desire fuels their will to study diligently, attend classes, and seek additional resources, ultimately leading to success. Similarly, a desire to help others can motivate actions like volunteering and supporting community projects. The next section, the Manusmriti, chapter 2, verse 8, integrating various sources of guidance. So within this section, it is emphasized that individuals should consider multiple sources of guidance to determine their right course of action. This includes the Ved, the teachings of Vedic seers, the practices of good men, and the approvals of one's own soul. As you can see over here, each source contributes a distinct viewpoint, collectively forming a robust framework for making ethical choices. So as you can see, we have the Veda right here, the practices of good men, the Vedic teachings from Vedic seers, and the approvals of one's own soul. So the Ved basically imparts timeless wisdom and universal principles. Insights from Vedic seers can offer deeper interpretations, or breaking down the meanings of anything that can be hard to decrypt. Observing the actions of virtual individuals provide tangible models of ethical behavior. Lastly, aligning with one's inner moral compass ensures actions are genuine and uphold personal integrity. So to conclude with, by integrating ancient wisdom, interpretive insights, practical examples, and personal integrity, we all as individuals can navigate complex moral situations with a comprehensive and balanced approach. This holistic method promotes actions that are not only ethical, sound, but also aligned with universal principles and personal values, while emphasizing the benefits of comprehensive approach to ethical decision-making of life as whole in general. Just to note, you guys probably might want to keep a note of this, the 4 sources of guidance, which is the Ved, the practices of good men, teachings of Vedic seers, and approvals of one's own soul. All right, so let's move on now. Chapter 2, verse 12, duty and righteous conduct. Now, this section or verse stresses the importance of duty and righteous conduct in shaping personal and societal ethics. It outlines principles that guide us towards fulfillment, our responsibilities, and upholding moral standards. As you can see, the example of scales on my right symbolizes the equilibrium between duty and righteous conduct, illustrating the concept. In this section, it basically just emphasizes the importance of balancing one's duty, also known as dharma, with righteous conduct, adharma, ensuring harmony and ethical integrity in one's action. The scales just represents the careful weighing of choices and the responsibilities behind them, highlighting the need to uphold moral principles while fulfilling societal and personal obligations. This visual metaphor underscores the idea that maintaining balance between duty and righteousness leads to ethical living and spiritual fulfillment. Also, if you guys are wondering why the verses are not ordered in a specific way, as we just jumped from 2.12 to 2.88, it's because within chapter 10, this is how it goes in the book. It just randomly jumps and speaks about specific sections from the Manusmriti. So Manusmriti chapter 2 verse 88, guiding the senses. So this section is pretty short. This basically says, and I quote, "As a skillful driver keeps his horses well under control and directs them in the right path, so should a man strive to keep his senses, that are apt to lead one mind to the pursuit of wicked objects and temptations. Under thorough control, restrain them from the path of sin and temptation, and always guide them in the path of righteousness. This alone is the true conduct of life." So, in greater context, this basically says the importance of self-control and moral discipline. It uses the metaphor of a skilled driver guiding horses to illustrate the need for individuals to manage their senses. By restraining impulses that lead to unethical behavior and consistently choosing virtuous paths, one can embody true conduct in life. So, just like most of you guys here are probably high school students, if not later of middle schools. So just imagine you're preparing for exams such as the SAT, ACT, or just common region exams. By staying focused or studying diligently and avoiding distractions, you ensure your efforts align with the goal of academic success. This disciplined approach reflects your commitment to personal growth and achievement. All right, so now I'm just basically going to go over some key principles for the Manusmriti chapter 2 verse 88. Some key notes that you might want to highlight are everything in bold, just these 4 written right here. You might just want to know the meaning of them. So when applying the principles from the Manusmriti chapter 2 verse 88 in real life, it can significantly enhance personal growth and ethical conduct. And by applying them, you can attain self-awareness and control. So if you practice mindfulness to become aware of thoughts and impulses, regularly assess whether your actions aligns with your own values and ethical standards. The second one is decision making. When faced with moral dilemmas or temptations, take a moment to reflect on the potential consequences of your actions. Choose paths that uphold righteousness and avoid those leading to harm or just unethical behavior to begin with. The third, consistency. Strive for consistency in your ethical conduct. Aim to consistently steer your actions and decisions toward ethical behavior and moral integrity. And the fourth, personal integrity. Build a reputation for reliability and ethical behavior in your personal and professional life. By consistently practicing self-control and making ethical choices, you contribute positively to your environment and set an example for others. So basically, by integrating these practices in your daily life, you essentially are applying the teachings of the Manusmriti chapter 2, verse 88. And by doing this, it cultivates personal growth, it strengthens your ethical conduct, and by doing so altogether, it contributes positively to your community or your surroundings. Manusmriti chapter 2, verse 110. The wisdom of silence and truth. Now, this basically advises the importance of discerning when to speak and when to remain silent. It suggests that a wise person should avoid speaking unless necessary, and should remain silent among hypocrites that share wisdom with the genuine seekers of truth. So, and I quote, "Let a wise man never speak unless spoken to, nor answer a question when unjustly and hypocritically asked. Among hypocrites let him remain as if he were dumb. But to the honest truth seeker let him preach even though unasked." So to break this down, it essentially states the verse emphasizes the value of discretion in communication. It advises against engaging in meaningless or insincere conversations and highlights the importance of sharing knowledge with those who genuinely seek truth, people who want to speak and share knowledge with each other. Now, This applies to almost everyone here in terms of a real world situation, such as in classroom setting. You know, some of you, a student might choose to stay silent during disruptive chatter with friends or such, but you know they actively participate and share insights during meaningful conversations with their teacher or professor. This selective engagement promotes a productive learning environment and ensures that their contributions are valued and relevant. Okay. The Manusmriti, chapter 2, verse 154. The true measure of greatness. So, this verse basically just explains that the true greatness is not determined by age, wealth, or social status, but by one's knowledge and wisdom. So, some key concepts and quotes within this section says, "A man does not become old by years, nor by gray hair, nor by wealth, nor by powerful kindreds and friends. The wise and holy sages have declared, he among us is old. He is most learned in knowledge, material and spiritual." So this verse emphasizes the value of knowledge and wisdom over superficial measures of greatness. True respect and honor comes from one's intellectual and spiritual insights. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone here probably has someone close to them, whether it be your nani, nana, aji, or aja. Now, you can consider an older person who, despite their age, continually seek to learn and share their knowledge with. Their true greatness is evidently not in their age or material possessions, but in their ongoing pursuit of wisdom and the impact that they have of those around them. So as you can see, this is just an example. This illustration over here on the left represents the concept of true greatness as highlighted from this verse. The wise elder, depicted reading or teaching, symbolizes the value of knowledge and wisdom over superficial attributes such as age or wealth. The attentive younger individuals surrounding the older demonstrates the wisdom and reverence given to those who possess deep intellectual and spiritual insights. This visual underscores the message that true respect and honor are earned through the continuous pursuit of wisdom and the positive impact one has on others. Manuscript, chapter 2, verse 157. True humanity lies in knowledge. So this verse is one of the most important sections because the profound importance of knowledge is defining true humanity. This verse basically says that without knowledge, a person is incomplete and devoid of true essence as an inanimate object. You guys might want to write that down. To better analyze this section, a quote from this section states, "As an elephant made of wood, or as a deer made of leather, so is a man destitute of knowledge. He is a man only in name." So the verse uses powerful metaphors of a wooden elephant and a leather deer to illustrate its point. Just as these objects, despite their external appearance, lack the life of essence of real animals, a person without knowledge lacks the essence of true humanity. Knowledge is portrayed not merely as an attribute, but as the very core of human identity and value. It is through the acquisition and application of knowledge that individuals can attain true meaning and purpose in life. One excellent example includes Swami Dayananda Saraswati, as he was a shining example of lifelong learning and the pursuit of knowledge. He dedicated his life to studying and interpreting the Vedas and was committed to gaining knowledge that impacted his own life and lives of countless others. Now, by educating and inspiring his community, Swami Dayananda embodied the true essence of humanity, demonstrating how knowledge can lead to meaningful contributions and spiritual growth. So as we move out the terms of the Manusmriti, I'll basically be going over the second half of the chapter, which states the impact of foreign travel, debunking myths, and promoting enlightenment. So this section of Manusmriti addresses the common myths associated with foreign travel and highlights the benefits of traveling for trade, education, and political purposes. You guys might want to write down the next two things I'm about to say, but so myth debunking. So myth debunking is the text refutes the idea that foreign travel leads to the loss of character and faith. Instead, it promotes the view that travel can be a source of enlightenment and broader understanding. So promotion of enlightenment. Ancient Indians traveled extensively for trade, education, and diplomacy, which led to cultural exchanges and intellectual growth. So, in simpler terms, foreign travel is often misunderstood as a threat to one's culture and religious integrity. However, the Manusmriti suggests that it actually broadens one's perspective, encouraging learning and fosters tolerance. By traveling, individuals can gain new insights, learn about different cultures, and promote mutual respect and understanding. Yeah. Can you like zoom in? Is that good? Okay. You can leave it like that for now, yeah. All right, you guys finished writing? All right, let's continue. Most of them are. Yeah. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is just an AI generated image. You can see it vividly captures the essence of foreign travel and its positive impacts, particularly within the context of Hinduism. It showcases individuals journeying to different countries, engaging in cultural exchanges and participating in various traditions and activities. The vibrant scenes of diverse landscapes and landmarks emphasize the breadth of experiences gained through travel. So without travel and exploring one's cultural differences, you'll really never know or broaden your own knowledge in terms of that. So by focusing on the positive aspects of foreign travel, the illustration aligns with the teachings of the Manusmriti, which debunks the myth associated with losing one's character and faith through traveling. Instead, it promotes the notion that travel can lead to personal growth, the acquisition of new knowledge, and the enhancement of cultural appreciation. So, the next topic talks about the importance of good conduct, avoiding negative traits and promoting kindness. It highlights the importance of avoiding negative traits and cultivating kindness and compassion. So two key components here of importance of good conduct is avoiding negative traits. The text advises against untruthfulness, injustice, inordinate affection or hatred, and harmful behaviors. The second key component states promoting kindness and compassion. This is because good conduct involves practicing love and kindness towards all, cultivating a gentle disposition, and promoting public good. All right, so let's continue, guys. All right, so the next key topic or section is for combating religious hypocrisy, the role of education and travel. Now, in this section, the Manusmriti addresses the issues of religious leaders who exploit ignorance to maintain control over their followers. It emphasizes the need for genuine knowledge and ethical conducts to counteract such hypocrisy. Some main ideas or key facts are exposing religious fraud. This is because education and travel are powerful tools in exposing and combating religious fraud. By broadening one's understanding and encouraging cultural exchange, individuals can identify and reject hypocritical teaching. Promoting enlightenment, learning about different cultures and religions help in dispelling ignorance and fostering a more enlightened society. So as you can see over here, this is just the next AI generated image. You just see this man, these two men engaging in a conversation, probably just learning about someone's cultural beliefs. Just doing this as a whole can improve your knowledge as a person, and you can broaden your own lifestyle of others as well. So dietary rules and social implications. This is probably around the third topic I think I was stating in the beginning to speak about. So the importance of avoiding certain foods and substances. So this section provides guidelines on dietary practices, emphasizing the importance of avoiding certain foods and substances to maintain health and social harmony. So the first key one is avoidance of harmful substance. The Manusmriti advises against consuming foods and substances that can harm the body and mind, such as meat and intoxicants. Some social implications about this. The text also addresses the social impact of dietary choices, suggesting that following these guidelines can promote social welfare and ethical conduct. So basically, what you can probably conclude from this, it is best to practice healthy eating habits, such as consuming plant-based foods and avoiding alcohol and meat. You guys probably just want to write down that last sentence. All right, so let's move on now, guys. So as far as to follow those dietary laws, this section kind of continues right after is the protection of animals. Emphasis on not killing animals like cows. This is because the Manusmriti advises against the killing of cows and other useful animals, highlighting their vital role in sustaining human life through resources like milk and labor. This is also important for agriculture because the protection of cows is linked to agricultural prosperity, as these animals provide essential resources that support farming and food productions. The ethical treatment of animals, especially cows, is crucial for maintaining ecological balance and ensuring agricultural productivity.
That's how you sung too. You see yours? That's how you would normally sung. We
All right, so cows basically provide milk, which is a staple in many diets, and their labor is basically invaluable for farming activities. So protecting these animals reflect a respect for nature and a commitment to sustainable living. So as you can see, this is probably just a AI generated image of farming and agriculture with cows after they're being milked and just in the field. So the last part of this topic talks about the consequence of foreign rule and diet changes. This section basically just addresses the impact of foreign rule on our societal practices, particularly focusing on changes in diets and their implications for social and individual well-being. Some of the main concepts here involve impact of foreign influence. This is because foreign rule often brings significant change to local customs, including dietary habits, which can affect the health and moral fabric of society. The second one being dietary changes in health. Adopting foreign dietary practices, especially those involving meat and intoxicants, can lead to health issues and disrupt traditional ethical norms. The reason why this is important because the Manusmriti emphasizes the importance of maintaining traditional dietary habits to preserve health, morality, and social harmony. So, as we move towards the end of chapter 10, the Manusmriti provides detailed guidelines on permissible and forbidden foods, emphasizing the ethical considerations involved in making dietary choices. So, the main theme of this section are for as far as permissible foods go, it is food that is considered clean, wholesome, and obtained through righteous means. So like I previously stated, this includes plant-based foods, dairy, and items that do not involve harm to living beings. And the second one being forbidden foods, foods that are harmful, unclean, or obtained through unethical means. This includes meat, alcohol, and any food that involves the harm of exploitation of animals or humans. So the guidelines on permissible and forbidden foods are not just about physical health, but also about moral and ethical living. By choosing permissible foods, individuals demonstrate respect for life, promote compassion, and uphold ethical standards. Forbidden foods, on the other hand, are linked to negative physical, mental, and moral consequences. So, the last verse from the manuscript that is detailed in chapter 10 is chapter 2, verse 56, which is eating practices and health. So, this basically tells us to provide guidelines on maintaining cleanliness and proper eating habits, emphasizing the importance of personal hygiene and mindful eating to uphold health and purity. So, one specific quote says, "Let no man give the leaving of his food to another, nor eat out of the same dish with another, nor eat too much, nor after finishing his meal leave his seat without washing his hands and rinsing his mouth." So the verse highlights several important practices: not sharing leftovers, not eating from the same dish as others, avoiding overeating, and ensuring personal hygiene after meals. So these practices are basically meant to promote physical health and social equity. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on the not sharing leftovers part? Because I was under the impression that we were supposed to share.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna basically refer to from what the chapter specifically states. As far as that goes, it says, nor after finishing his meal. You're referring to not sharing left. Okay, so as far as that says, I'm in the context of that, I believe the reason why that was stated is, say for example, it's for hygiene concern. You don't want to share. I mean, you could always probably share, but just in the case as if you like two people are eating on one plate, and just hygiene wise, it's not safe. I think that's the reason behind that. As if say for example, there's like a whole pot of food, and you were to share, that's different. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Can you repeat that? Yeah, sure. Do you need that written down? Okay. All right, there it is. All right. Anyone else needs anything written down? If so, I'll just move on to the end. All right, so to conclude, embracing the wisdom of chapter 10 from the light of truth. So, this chapter basically provided valuable insights into desirable and undesirable conduct. It emphasized the importance of following ethical guidelines, maintaining balance in desire, practicing self control, as referenced from the Manusmriti. And lastly, some key concepts to adapt into our everyday lives includes ethical living, healthy dietary practices, protections of animals, dietary changes, hygiene, and cleanliness. So that's pretty much it. Thank you and namaste. Going to be a 10-minute break, guys. We'll meet back in 11:08.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very short. Okay, namaste everyone. So, Kisna. My presentation is on Chapter 11, Examination of the Religions Prevailing in India. So, Rishi Dayanand basically comments on like different religions, and he says why they're incorrect because they don't follow the Vedas. Okay, so first, the term Brahmans. So Rishi Dayananda noted that the term Brahman was misunderstood. People who were not worthy of the term, they assumed it was passed through generations, but that wasn't the case. These Brahmans were considered frauds who claimed to sensual and worldly pleasures. They were deemed popes, meaning they were selfish and frauds. This isn't really that important. It's just kind of background to the next slide. So, Krishna, you can go to the next slide. So the bold stuff you guys could copy down, but this is like an excerpt from the chapter. So the question was responding to what Rishi Dayanand said about popes. No, we are Brahmans and holy men, sadhu, for our parents were Brahmans, and we are the disciples of such a holy man. And he answered, it may be true, but one does not become a Brahman or a sadhu by being of offspring of Brahman parents or a disciple of a sadhu. A man becomes a Brahman or a holy man by bearing good character, by doing righteous deeds, and possessing good virtues such as altruism. Which may sound familiar because it seems to be common, this camp. You guys could just copy down the bolded stuff. You guys can let me know when you're done.
So really it's a Brahman, it's not Brahman by birth. Can't be a Brahman if you're born a Brahman.
You have to like follow the specific path and do specific things. Is everyone finished? Okay, Kisna, you can move on. Okay, so one example of something that Rishi Dayanand said that we shouldn't do is idol worship. And the first reason is because God is formless. As mentioned countless times throughout this camp, God being formless and omnipresent cannot have an image. If the sight of an idol puts God in one's mind, why cannot this wonderful creation, which comprehends the earth, water, fire, air, vegetation, and 101 other things? So that entire quote is very important, so you guys should copy that down. And then the Vedic way, or how he says you should pray. So take something, for example, and yeah. No, it's okay. So basically, he was asked why we shouldn't worship idols, and this is why. And for the first quote, I'm going to expand on it in the next slide. So you guys could copy down the entire first one. But the Vedic way is to take something, for example, and contemplate it. Conform your conduct to the requirements of justice. Don't do what is unjust. The contemplation of even one name of the deity in this was conducive to one's spiritual welfare. And you guys could copy down the conform your conduct to the requirements of justice part. Is everyone finished or? Okay.
Wait, if the sight of an idol puts God in one's mind,
Yeah.
why cannot one's creation and 101 other things?
So basically, Rishi Dayananda. Oh, so he was just asked why we shouldn't do idol worship, and he said that it was created by Jains who practice Jainism.
The question there, not like
A question? What do you mean?
if the sight of an idol
Oh, so basically,
one's mind.
it's kind of rhetorical. He's basically asking why put an image in your mind, and saying that that specific image is the one responsible for the creation of everything. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm going to expand on that in the next slide. Is everyone finished copying? Okay, we could move on. Okay, so God is different from the soul. This also kind of builds off of the idea why we don't put an image of God in our mind. So the soul is circumscribed by a material body, cannot be identical with God, as the nature, attributes, and characteristics of God cannot be predicated of it. And God is distinct from the soul as he pervades the senses, the manas, the earth, and the other material objects, and the soul. This fact of God being omnipresent is clearly stated in the Upanishads. So you guys could just copy the part that God is distinct from the soul as he pervades the senses, the manas, the earth, and other material objects, and the soul. Just that sentence on the second quote. The first sentence in the second quote. Something I noticed is that Rishi Dayananda, he kind of just really touched on Jainism and some, like, not really all the religions, but this is, like, really the main points. Is everyone finished? Okay. 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 So I was going to mention vices. Well, not yet, but I was going to mention vices because we've been talking about it all camp as well. So one of the vices is adultery that he does mention. And you could write that down if you like, but the examples aren't really too appropriate, so I didn't include them. But just to let you know, that's another vice. Another vice, yes. You can go on to the next slide. Anyone have questions? Yes. So the overall view was basically Rishi Dayananda. He's commenting on religions and saying why they don't align with the Vedas and why we personally don't follow them. Like the example of idol worship, that we shouldn't worship something that just put the image of God in our mind just to keep it blank, because having that image is going to make, like, could you go back, Kisna, to like, no. Yeah. So if the sign of an idol puts God in one's mind, why cannot this wonderful creation, which comprehends the earth, fire, water, air, vegetation, and 101 other things, basically he doesn't want us thinking, he doesn't want us, basically that quote, yes, that we shouldn't put the image of God in our mind because we can't. Yes.
He doesn't want us to put an incorrect conception.
Yes, that.
Of God's being in our mind.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, Kisna. You go to the last slide. Thank you, namaste.
2 minutes before our next one. 15. What? Apparently nobody. Yeah, it's not. Well, his knowledge presentation is how long? 30 minutes? Yeah, so give it like 10 minutes.
You can take 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Because if people are gonna like need to write down and have questions
Yeah,
and all
there's a lot
that.
of writing. Good amount of
There's a lot of writing.
a decent amount. I don't think it's that much. So 1, 2, whoa. Let's do all of them. Should I do 2? Maybe these. Yeah, I think. No, Jainism is very long. There's a lot. Jainism is so I just took these 2 out because it's pretty obvious.
Because I mean, he probably hopes to.
Oh. Okay. I think it's good though.
You ready?
Huh? No. 3 minutes.
3 minutes? 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm doing this alert and that. And I'll do this. Yeah. I'm also just reading off my slides. Oh, Neo.
It's a breath.
can
It
you
was
do
it's like Todd's presentation.
So just click it.
Will be on chapter 12, and it will be done by Behin Shayla and Behin Nala. After this, we will proceed to go downstairs for lunch, and then we'll have to rehearse for the cultural presentation that will be happening at 3.
Namaste, everyone, and welcome to the presentation of chapter 12 in the Satyar Prakash. It's basically going to overview like the refutation of Charvaka, the Buddhist religion, and the Jain faiths, and these are all atheists. So, yeah. Where's Neil?
So you told Nalaka come a little more because I never hear it.
Kind of want to stay here. That's it. Okay. So the main focus of this presentation is to understand the beliefs of Jainism, Buddhism, and how they are unreasonable religions compared to Hinduism. So, and keep in mind the overall differences between each of the three mentioned because it may or may not be on your test. And everything underlined, like for example that section, is what to copy.
So we'll start with how these faiths began. So in the Vedic period, the people of Aryavarta, the Indian lands of early Aryans, gave up the study of and teachings of the Vedic lore. This made right and wrong doings widely controversial. Ignorance spread throughout the dividing into smaller religious groups, Jainism, Buddhism, and Charvaka. Can you press the arrows to change it? Neil. Neil. Oh, Kisna. Can you press the arrows for... Kisna, can you press the... Sorry. Okay. So, firstly, the Jain religion thrived and took root in the country, and then Buddhism came after and originated in the 5th BCE.
So basically this is describing
Like the order it came in.
the order it came in
Yeah.
and how it firstly originated.
Yeah. And then lastly, Charvaka came into play, and it was created during the Hindu Reformation period after Buddhism was established when Jainism altered. Next slide.
Wait, is everyone done copying?
Yeah. All the
Okay.
underlined stuff is important for the test. Is everyone done?
Yes, no. Oh, go back. Okay. If you need any slides again to recopy, then if you need any slides to go back, we'll do that towards the end. So the Jainism religion was proven to exist before the period of the epics, which is very, very old. And it's founded after the book, the Ramayana, was created. The Jain scriptures present the stories of Rama and Krishna in great detail. And the Jain religion does not allow others to read or copy their books. So this basically means that this religion is pretty strict, and we'll see that later on. In the Satyar Prakash, unknowledgeable Jainis, which are the people who follow Jainism, are blinded by prejudice. On the contrary, the willing Jainis know the relationship between Jina and Buddha, and this connects Jainism and part of Buddhism together. They are very similar in this case. In addition, there are 24 Tirthakaras, which are the spiritual teachers of Jainism. They are mostly known for the savior of human beings from sins and its consequences.
Oh, it says 24.
The top says the Ramayana, and the bottom says 24 Tirthankaras. Yeah.
Yeah. And also the unknowledgeable Jainis, they're not seen as very great because they sort of go off script from how strict the Jainism religion is. So, yeah. Okay. So, the main beliefs of Jainism is there's no eternal perfect God. So this means that they don't believe in any God at all because God in this case doesn't begin or end. So, yeah. And they assume the universe has always naturally existed and will continue to exist. And God was not behind any of the creation. So they think this is just made naturally. The Jainis say that a soul itself becomes God. So even if they don't believe in God, they really believe in the soul. And they also don't believe in reincarnation. They only believe in the reality of the world. So as you live one life, you have to live your life to the fullest because they believe there's no afterlife. And also nonviolence is very important to them. So no one does bad actions in the short amount of time they live.
Nonviolence is very
So you said they
important.
don't believe in reincarnation?
They don't believe
They
in.
don't believe in nonviolence?
Wait. Oh, okay. They do believe in reincarnation. Sorry.
And they do believe in nonviolence.
Yes.
I believe in nonviolence too.
Okay. Oh, wait. Kisna, can you press the arrow? Go.
Wait, not yet.
Oh, yeah. So reincarnation, actually, they do believe in it. So I apologize for any confusion. Jains are strictly prohibited to praise a person belonging to another religion or talk of his good qualities. So his and him in this case refers to God. And once again, they don't believe in God. And they can't salute him or talk to him frequently, give him food and clothes, and supply him substances and flowers as a worshiping to his idol.
So
Yes,
they don't do idol worship and they don't give flowers to
they don't.
they don't.
They're restricted from doing this, so they're not allowed to. Yes.
So do they worship anything?
Yes, they do.
Wait, why can't they worship his idol?
It's just like they're really strict with their teachings. But like so they believe that their soul is more important as a god than a god being a being. And this quote at the bottom directly from Satyar Prakash states, all religions that are opposed to the Jain faith lead mankind to sin. It is therefore best to shun all other faiths and believe in the Jain religion only. Does anyone want to explain or have an idea of what this quote is about? Shen?
So I think that this quote is basically saying that if the Jain faith believes in any other religion, they basically the Jain faith doesn't want them to be perfect. It's dangerous. Like lose all the
Okay, that's true. And they basically, like you said, they believe their Jain religion is the only one and is the most important out of all.
So it's kind of similar to the Muslim religion.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess. Okay, next. So Buddhism and Jainism really go hand in hand because as stated under Jainism, the word Buddha and Jina are synonymous, making their rules similar. So their main beliefs are that there is no eternal, unchanging soul or self, and that there is no eternal or perfect God. Can you hit the arrow so it goes to next thing? Wait, go back. Okay. But to keep in mind that the main difference is that Buddhism follows the rules in moderation, while Jainism is way more strict. For instance, people who follow Buddhism are allowed to eat meat, while it's forbidden in Jainism.
And make sure you copy down the underline. That's it.
Yeah, all the underlined stuff.
And just to keep in mind, all the religions, all three, none of them believe in God. So it's best to keep that in mind.
So they believe in statue.
No.
They just believe in soul, basically.
Yes.
It's the same thing. Like there's no, like you don't have reincarnation and stuff. Like a changing soul. Or unchanging soul.
Yes, Nolan. Moderation means it's like more lenient.
Like it's
If
more
that
loose
makes sense.
compared to Jainism. Like they're more strict with their rules because like they really want to enforce that idea of atheism in their religion. But Buddhism, like they give it more like moderation, as in it's not as enforced as Jainism is. Yeah, it's flexible. Did everybody get everything? Like not flexible, but they're not as strict. That's really all I can say. Everybody got everything copied down? Neil?
Is the soul eternal in Jainism, or is there no eternal soul? Is it just
Like they're saying like there's no eternal soul, like in the sense of, because they, yeah, I don't know.
So they're saying that there is a soul and it continues on like without a body. So the soul is there. It's just the body isn't.
No.
There's no God. They believe the soul is mostly their God. Okay, is everyone set?
Yeah, next slide.
Okay.
Next slide. Yeah. So the next faith is Charvaka, and the people of Charvaka reject the concept of soul, God, karma, reincarnation, liberation. So again, it's an atheist faith, and the Charvaka religion believes in wisdom consistent in savoring pleasure while trying to avoid as much pain as possible. And their main beliefs is that there is no more lives after death. Accepting direct perception and truthful inferences are very important, and everything is based on their reality. So basically, like, anything that you can see and touch is real, and like believing in a higher power or God is not real, which is why they're also atheist.
And they believe to also live their lives to the fullest and try to do it in a humble way without hurting anyone. That's why they try to cause like as little pain as possible.
Everybody got the underlined stuff copied?
Wait, say that again.
What exactly?
The pains.
Oh, like, because here, they believe in living their life to the fullest, so they try to avoid pain as much as they can and have pleasure while they live their life, because they don't really believe in the afterlife at all. Here. They're still copying. Okay.
And any questions are also welcome, so don't be afraid to raise your hand.
Can we go to the next slide?
So Charvaka is also based on a main story and way of life. So, okay.
Yeah.
So the story and way of life is, once there was a man who lived in India called Vrihaspati. He didn't accept God's existence, the Vedas, and the good works, the yajnas. He truly believed in no living creature, not even a human being, is immortal, and that they are all subject to death. The man enjoyed himself to his utmost capacity, departing from this world, accumulating wealth, and spending it on his desires. He stated, all of our interests are centered in this world. There is nothing hereafter. Does anyone have a main idea of what this story is about? Dishan?
So I think that this guy, Brihaspati, he didn't really believe in any like Vedas. He didn't believe in like doing work and stuff like that. He enjoyed like his life as close as he can. So it's basically like following the way of how he follows it. He just wants to live his life to the fullest and like try not to get hurt in any of the ways.
Okay, that's correct. Next. So another way of explaining this is in the story, they try to explain like the four elements that call the soul into existence with the dissolution of the body. The soul's existence after death is still present, although it is not physically inside the body. This means a person's consciousness does not go beyond one's departure of life according to the Charvaka.
Is everyone done copying? Okay, is everyone good? Okay. So to wrap up our presentation, in summary, while Charvaka, Buddhism, and Jainism each present atheistic viewpoints, they differ significantly in their approaches and philosophies. Jainism consists of stricter rules similar to Buddhism by holding a main belief of nonviolence and truthfulness, while Buddhism focuses more on happiness and understanding and moderation. And Theravada takes on more of a materialistic viewpoint, believing in only what you see and touch is real. And that's it.
Should be performed. Pay attention.
And these are some images to represent each religion.
Yeah, the first one represents Charvaka, the Charvaka faith. The second one's Jainism, and the last one's Buddhism. Right? Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns regarding this presentation? Okay, I guess not. So, thank you for listening and namaste.
Okay, so